The Houston Community College Board of Trustees meeting will begin at 1:30 p.m. Please stand by. Thanks.
Affairs Committee for August 2nd, 2023 will now come to order at
1:32 p.m.
this meeting was called for the purposes duly noted in the posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Dr. Adriana Tamayas, Trustee Dave Wilson, and alternate trustee Eva Laredo. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee today. We have one topic on today's agenda. Item A, prerequisite remediation update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the board knows, the core requisite program has been successful in moving students into college readiness and resulting in college success for those students. It's a program that we're very supportive of, and we've been increasing participation in that area, in that core rec program, as much as we can. And to give the board an update of what the current status is, with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Perez and Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, good afternoon. Today I want to emphasize the profound importance of HCC's core requisite program and its significant impact on student success and access. Since its implementation in fall of 2018, we have observed notable progress in the number of students who have achieved college-ready status. This program grants access to the college-level courses with targeted support every step of the way. It necessitates collaborative efforts from various areas within the college, including instructional services, student services, IT, and others. Over the past 5 years, we have devoted ourselves to developing task forces, committees, and work groups, ensuring the program's continuity and effectiveness. With a focus on student success, we have thoughtfully incorporated the following essential elements into the core-requisite program. 1, responsiveness. This entails addressing the growing needs of our students, particularly in light of the learning loss that occurred during the challenges posed by COVID. Number 2, personalization. We are committed to curating a student's experience that holistically caters to the unique needs of each individual. Number 3, belongingness. Our aim is to create specific opportunities that foster a strong connection between students and the college while empowering them to become independent learners. 4, support integration. We have reimagined how existing support services converge in ensuring planned redundancy to offer comprehensive assistance. And lastly, access expansion. We actively seek opportunities to broaden access points that lead to success and completion for all students. In light of our dedication to essential elements, I would like to invite Dr. Lewis to provide us an update on the current state of core-requisites at HCC. This update will offer a snapshot of our core-requisite program's progress and provide valuable insights into the potential future opportunities it holds. Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Trustees, Chancellor, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today, again, I'll provide an update on the core-requisite remediation program. As we review the information, I would like for you to keep in mind that the data presented represents 2 periods, pre-COVID and COVID-impacted data. It will also reflect shifts in the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board's mandates in alignment with entrance testing practices, such as multiple measures. However, before I begin, I would like to acknowledge some individuals that were able to join us today who play critical roles in the core-requisite program. At this time, I will ask them to stand. This group represents faculty, staff, deans, IT personnel, support staff, and so many others who work tirelessly for the program's courses, schedules, staffing, professional development, ultimately the results that you will see today. Now, many individuals aren't able to make it here today because they're doing their jobs. They're in classes or in their offices. But these individuals have been recognized and lauded at conferences and white papers and so many other areas for their innovations in co-requisite design. The following presentation includes clear indication of the college's ability to respond to the needs of the community and remain student-centered in its efforts to address those needs through sustainable practices that cultivate a sense of belonging or connection to the college and also help students develop agency. So I would ask you to keep in mind, again, those 5 elements that Dr. Perez mentioned: responsiveness, personalization, belonging, support integration, and access and expansion, as I demonstrate the aforesaid purposes of this presentation through a comprehensive survey of student success trends starting in fall 2020 through spring 2023 for both reading and writing and math co-requisite students. This will also provide context for the impacts of our co-requisite program. Co-requisite reading and writing data, as evidenced through ESOL and INRW co-requisite pairings with English 1301, they indicate a promising trend of improvement and college readiness in reading and writing attainment. As you see here for ESOL, that's our English as a second language, fall 2021, 92% of those students were successful, and fall 2022, 92% of those students were successful. And the increases of scores in spring to 86 all the way to 91% in spring 2023 also is an indication of that trend moving upward. For INRW, again, fall 2021, 72%, fall 2022, 71%, and the increase of the same trend in the spring semesters of 62% to 67%. Let me underscore what you're going to hear me say many times over, that each one of these percentages represents students who otherwise would not have had an opportunity to receive college credit or become college ready if it were not for this program. In regards to ESOL 0370 and English 1301 course success, if we focus on the most recent academic year, fall 2022 and spring 2023, both show increases for fall 22 and spring 23 for success rates. If we compare fall 2020 to fall 2022 success, there is a 10% increase for English and a 6% increase for ESOL. Now, in regard to ESOL, the fall is outperforming the spring in that regard. However, the overall performance of these students is extremely promising. As for INRW 0300 and English 1301's course success, fall 2020 to fall 2022 indicate a 3% increase for English, and INRW success remains stable. For spring 21 to spring 23, there is an 8 percentage points increase for English and a 5 percentage points increase for INRW. Now, again, I said before, you're going to hear me reiterate. These numbers that you see here all represent students who otherwise would not have had an opportunity to move forward. So each of these should be looked upon as a success. Now, let's move into the co-requisites for math. There are 2 points that I'd like to begin with. The first is a reminder that math co-requisites are divided based upon alignment by major. This means that we have 4 different pathways: college algebra, business math, contemporary math, and statistics. Each of these pathways is aligned with the students' majors again and their elected degrees or certificate programs. And 2, co-requisite math students are exiting co-req courses as college ready at a stable rate. For college algebra, there is a slight decrease across fall semesters and success remains relatively stable across spring semesters. For spring 22 to spring 23, however, there's an increase of 5 points for math 0314 and a 1% increase for 1314. Now again, those students for each one of these areas are now deemed college ready for every number that you see there. In regards to business math, there's a slight decrease for success across fall semesters for math 0324 and math 1324. For the spring semester, the trend is the opposite, whereas there's an 8 percentage points increase from spring 21 to spring 23 for math 0324 and math 1324. Now, this would suggest again that students are faring a bit better in the spring semester courses than in the fall. Further review of the data is required to better determine the cause for this phenomenon, which offers us an opportunity for more evaluative analysis for the betterment of our co-requisite students. So again, looking at what's the best time to address students' needs, whether the fall semester or spring semester, to see those various indicators, research them a bit more, and adjust our various initiatives that we'll speak a little bit later on in this program about to meet those needs, both for the faculty and staff that are supporting these students and to give students that targeted support to help them develop agency. The contemporary math pathway indicates an increase for fall 2020 to fall 2022 of 7 percentage points for both Math 0332 and Math 1332. For spring 21 to spring 23, we see a 13 percentage points increase for Math 0332 and a 16% increase for Math 1332. Again, this is very promising as it reflects a progressive trend of success. One thing I'll mention at this point that I failed to mention earlier, the course with the 0 in front of it is the support course. The course with the 4 digits, of course, is the college level course. Success in either of these courses will deem a student college ready. As far as statistics pathway, there's a decrease across fall and spring semesters for Math 0342 and Math 1342. Now, it should be taken into consideration that the students from these cohorts are the same students who were directly impacted by the COVID years. It also should be taken that these numbers for these students in these co-requisites are far lower than the other 3 math co-requisites due to the pathways that the students are on. Retention from fall to spring for all co-requisite courses remains stable and high for the institution. As we see, starting fall 2019 at 65%, and the most recent fall at 75%. So students are coming back and they're persisting, and again, that's a testament to the faculty and staff that are helping those students to stay here at the college. When we look at the data based on ethnicity, we see that African Americans and Hispanic students make up the majority of the demographics based on the number of students enrolled in INRW and English co-requisites. The rates are consistently the same for all ethnic groups. Still, African Americans are slightly below. For the fall 22 at 65% for the INRW 0300, and for fall 22 for English at 52%. This gives us an opportunity to increase success for all students, thereby having a positive impact on all ethnic groups. ESOL co-rec students perform well across most ethnic groups, with other performing slightly below Asian, African, American, Hispanic, and Caucasian students. It should be noted that the number of other students is small in comparison to the other ethnicities. As you can see here, there are only 6 for the fall and for both courses. For the algebra pathway and business pathway, fall to spring success rates remain consistent across all ethnicities, with African American students performing slightly below other ethnicities. Although the success rates for African Americans are not as high as other ethnic groups, we do see increases for fall to spring for the co-requisite courses and gateway courses for African American students. If we focus on the 0314, we see African Americans, the percentage at 48%, and it moves up in the spring to 52%. We see that trend across all of the subsequent different pairings that we have here. And again, this is a phenomenon that we're looking at, seeing how we can extract what's working from this to benefit all students. For the contemporary math pathway and the statistics pathway, the results were mixed. While the results from contemporary math pairings from fall to spring are mixed, ethnic groups such as African Americans and others did experience increases during this time period for Math 0332, which results in becoming college ready. In addition, the results for statistics corrects for pairings for fall to spring are also mixed. However, ethnic groups such as Hispanic students and others did experience increases during this same time period for Math 0342, which again results in students becoming college ready. As indicated earlier, a number of math co-requisite students have become college ready. This slide shows the number and percentage of students earning 15 SCH or more after completing a co-requisite course. As you can see, more than 90% have earned 15 SCH or more within the last 4 years. Again, this is showing that students stay. I was asked in other presentations what happens to students afterwards. This is giving an indication of what's taking place. Now, although the numbers may seem descending, remember these numbers are in alignment with our overall enrollment at the college. So those numbers will be reflective of those changes. Again, just as math, this slide shows the number and percentage of ESOL students earning 15 SCH or more after completing the co-requisite course. Again, more than 92% have earned 15 SCH or more within the last 4 years. Very, very promising work here with the ESOL program. And consistent with math and ESOL, this slide shows the number and percentage of INRW students earning 15 SCH or more after completing the co-requisite course. Here, more than 72% have earned 15 SCH and more within the last 4 years. And again, taking consideration the level of learning loss, taking consideration the level of challenges in regard to reading and writing, and taking into consideration the many students who need the type of support that we offer within our English and reading and writing courses, how much of an impact this is having. So overall, the data indicate that the majority of the students who complete the co-requisite program persist, which is a testament to the faculty and staff's ability to meet the needs of our students and who need the most support, which further underscores our need to build a sense of belonging as a critical aspect of student success. Now, I said earlier I was going to mention some of the future initiatives. I've adopted a philosophy of responding and not reacting to the challenges as a means to better serve. So taking into consideration the number of foreseeable changes on the horizon, the future offers much promise in our collective ability to respond to the growing needs of students through co-requisites. The future initiative noted represent a snapshot of some of the responses that I want to go over today. One, and I'm going back to those 5 elements that Dr. Perez mentioned. To demonstrate responsiveness, we're using targeted professional development that focuses on key indicators of success and completion that span the entire academic year through our co-requisite professional development series. In the fall and the spring, we have hundreds of individuals, whom of which attend these co-requisite sessions that are led by our faculty and staff to help students in the areas of faculty in the areas of engagement, pedagogy, student success, rigor, belonging, and retention. And 2, to demonstrate personalization, through a holistic approach as a student care model, we're using a personalized co-requisite action plan. The personalized correction action plan is a part of the phase 2 of House Bill 2223, which asks what happens to students if they do not fare well in the co-requisite program. In response to that, HCC has developed the PCAP, which has a mid-semester assessment, which acts as a preventative measure at midterm for outreach to students, which is pairing with the academic instructional side and student services side to prevent students from failing. Again, and that's had a resounding great impact. In English alone in the fall, it prevented over 50% of the students who were slated to fail to help those students succeed. It also has an end-of-course assessment for those students who are not successful in the course, which tapers into an individualized study plan that follows that student to better assist that student as he or she persists at the college. All of this aligns with our quality enhancement plan of personalized learning pathways. And to demonstrate belonging, we're deepening our community roots through continued expansion of our cohort program that's based on a national model, the Puente Project, that emphasizes cultural relevance and responsiveness, which provides a direct path to strengthen connections to the college. Earlier, I mentioned about the attainment levels of African American, Hispanics, and others on those other slides. This is a means by which we can begin to deal with some of the cultural nuancing, whether it has to do with the individual's degree pathway or other aspects that we can cohort those students, and we have adopted and are continuing to expand the Bridge program into our co-requisite programming for a full translation and integration in regard to the processes and support mechanisms that the colleges offer. Also, to demonstrate that support integration, we're integrating supports intentionally through multiple departments of the college: tutoring, advising, supplemental instruction, IT, academics, counseling. That intrusive advising model, that ability to meet students where they are, that's what we're doing here at the onset of the students' entry into the institution. This last point I'm most excited about, and that's the access expansion. Now, based on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, they're beginning to widen the scope of co-requisite opportunity through dual credit access by way of the College Connection course, which they're calling C3. This has not been fully implemented, but I had a conversation with the coordinating board this morning, and I'll read to you what they had on the website in regard to these C3 courses. These courses will interweave standard college-level coursework in the institution's core curriculum with supportive integrated skills curriculum designed to give high school students tools to take on college-level work. In other words, this would mean an integration or an iteration of some type of co-requisite programming that will be offered to high school students. So almost all high school students will in the very near future possibly qualify for dual credit, and this could easily translate to significantly higher numbers of students in both dual credit and co-requisite courses. In conclusion, ESOL students are completing at consistently high rates. We saw that. And more students are exiting developmental education and becoming college ready. Every number, every percentage you saw there represents a student and groups of students who are no longer deemed not ready for college. Our PCAP, Personalized Corequisite Action Plan, is providing intentional integrated structured interventions to stop students from opting out or failing mid-point, as opposed to as a lag measure, seeing what happened afterwards. We're preventing that at high numbers. And also, the Higher Education Coordinating Board success efforts are providing possible additional opportunities for more co-requisites to assist more students as they move forward within their lives. Thank you. And I'll take any questions at this time.
Trustees, you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Trustee Laredo does.
Thank you for your
Okay.
presentation. When you said that in the future, they want the higher education wants for the students to take dual credit, more dual credits, did they mention about paying for it as well?
No, right now what they're saying is an expansion of existing dual credit programming that would allow for co-requisite programming to expand further. But no, I had no conversations in regard to finances. I believe that's beyond the scope of my position.
Yeah, well, that's what our concern is, on this end, is that, the funding for it, it's a great program. We ask everyone in the high schools to take part in it, but at the end of the day, it comes down to us, to have to find funds for it. So we're hoping that the state takes part in it as well. But thank you for your information.
Yeah, but I did hear other creative means by which to fund. That was a part of a conversation, and when they were talking about funding models. But again, that's something I'm not prepared to speak about, nor am I going to.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I stand corrected. There are two items on the agenda today. We move to item B, the fall 2023 enrollment update. This is also a report item. No action is required. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we do every month, we want to brief the board on our current status of enrollment. We have a healthy increase to report on today. We submit to the board in their packets what is the most current at the due date for that submission. We're providing today an update that that brings us more current in reporting the data. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Frances Filigrán Glover.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. In this rapidly changing landscape of education, we recognize the importance of staying on top of national enrollment trends. As part of our enrollment and outreach efforts, we continuously look at our data to understand the broader context in which we operate. Today, we will provide you with a report that highlights the ongoing collaborative work of many people and departments across the college regarding our strategic enrollment efforts. As part of our strategic priority of making HCC a college of choice, we have adapted our approach to meet the challenges head-on, transforming them into opportunities for growth and innovation. Lastly, we will provide a snapshot of preliminary enrollment data by program type, age, and ethnicity. While we present the data with numbers and graphs, we all understand that the heart of every enrollment figure lies a story of aspiration, determination, and the pursuit of a better future. It represents the trust and belief that students and our families place in our institution to provide them with the tools they need to be successful. And please make note, as the Chancellor mentioned, the data has been updated to reflect our current enrollment as of August 1st, 2023. With your continued support, we are confident that our fall semester enrollment numbers will continue to grow, igniting the spark of inspiration and achievement in each student who walks through our doors. I will now ask Dr. Betty Fortune, Interim ABC for Enrollment Management Success, to come up and present a report.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Chancellor Maldonado, members of the Executive Council, colleagues, I'd like to share with you an update on our recent enrollment. The landscape of community college is changing, and Dr. Lewis introduced us to the fact that dual credit is one of those areas. Researchers also indicate that there will be an increase in non-traditional age students that will be moving to community college. And I will share all of those data points that we actually are seeing at Houston Community College. Today's report will provide for you a comprehensive enrollment plan that includes outreach and recruitment, which also includes a look at our communication strategy, as well as retention efforts that all compose our enrollment numbers. The slide that you're taking a look at now provides an outlook and really recent data that we're using to develop strategies for working and recruiting students. The first one I'd like to discuss with you is our communication plan, which is a very comprehensive plan that is designed to reach all of the student groupings that you saw described by Dr. Lewis in his presentation. It's going to talk about they're going to be reaching non-traditional age students because, as you're going to see in the data in a minute, those are the large numbers of students that are now coming to community college. It will also design to look at our personas and look in the community and reach out to these students to talk about opportunities at the community college, Houston Community College in particular. The ways that we're going to be doing that is through digital, radio and TV, website redesign, text messaging. All social media platforms that we have will be using to reach out to students to communicate the value of coming to the institution. Other outreach opportunities that you will see discussed on this chart will be opportunities that our outreach and recruitment officers at all of the colleges are using, from registration fairs to opportunities in the community. Many of us are participating in community outreach events that are sponsored by businesses, the mayor's office, Eagle Preview Day, many of the opportunities that we provide at high schools as well. So we'll be in the high schools as well as community events talking about the great work that's happening at Houston Community College. Then we want to talk about what's happening with retention, because as we know that retention is really important to us now, especially with the new formula of funding from the state of Texas. So we will be working with our faculty and staff to reduce the number of students that do not complete credits in their first semester. We know those are large numbers, and we want to make sure that that number decreases, while we also want to close those achievement gaps that Dr. Lewis showed you in his data. And we also want to work on just increasing the number of students that are persisting through the semesters in order for them to complete and make their goals known to them. So those are the retention efforts combined with outreach as well as communication plan that we'll be using. Looking at the data point that's in front of you today, this data was taken on August the 1st, and it is preliminary data. But if you'll notice, you will see a marked increase in fall 23 enrollment compared to fall 22. I think a 11.4% increase shows us that we're moving in a good direction. And I believe that we are positioned to meet the demand that we see coming along. The next slide that you see shows us the makeup of the students that where the enrollment is happening. The first time in college students, you see that we are really doing a better job of bringing more students in. You see a 15.55% increase there. You notice students that are continuing, which speaks to our completion rates and persistent rates, an increase there, as well as students that have stopped out but now are returning. We also see an increase of those students coming back to the college to complete their goals. The next slide you will take a look at provides for us also preliminary fall 2023 data, which speaks to the increase that's been predicted by researchers of the growing number of older students coming back to community college. And you will note that the group that is the largest for Houston Community College is the 20 to 24-year-old students. We still have a lot of traditional students, but we know that this group is interested in the skills and trades, CEU programs, wanting to get skills updated so that they can compete in our communities and for good paying jobs that provide living wages. Again, this data shows a reflection of preliminary data that was taken August 1st regarding ethnicity groups that are attending Houston Community College. We see that the trend still leans toward an increase in students from the Hispanic community that are attending Houston Community College. So we still have a diverse group of students coming to the college that we are working with and that we are trying to recruit daily to come and take advantage of these wonderful offerings that we have here. Lastly, this picture of the enrollment funnel, I want to be very clear about the number of prospects that you see there because that number is huge. But I also want to point out the fact that our ISDs are requiring that their seniors complete applications to various colleges within the area. So that number is depictive of those students that have applied for HCC, but they are not necessarily interested in coming to Houston Community College. So this chart shows you what the number of students that applied, but the number of students that also made it through the funnel and enrolling in our classes. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you today the trends, what's happening in enrollment at HCC, and how we are moving in a positive manner to continue our recruitment through communication, marketing plans, and through community outreach. At this point, if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them.
Dr. Fortune,
Yes.
I just have one question, just clarification. Okay, you said the prospects, the 9,172, those are high school students, correct? Now, the applicants are the ones that want to come, that apply to actually attend? Is that correct?
Let me clarify.
Out of the
The prospects
9,000?
include both those students
Okay.
you just named, as well as community students that we've talked to in the community that have expressed an interest. The applicants are those that actually followed through and completed the application. And then that last bucket are the number of students that actually did enroll in a class.
Okay, all right, thanks. Just wanted to make
Thank
sure I
you.
had it clear.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
I have a question. Don't leave. I have a question. On the retention efforts, how are you collecting data for reasons as to why a student may not return?
So we've
You're
been,
doing
thank you for that question, because that is one of the main things that we've been working on for the past few years. We have a unit under the direction of Dr. Debbie Hamilton who reaches out to many of those students through Trellis Corporation to talk to the students through surveys as well as interviews with them to find out what are some of the rationales. Some of those things we found out was finances. And so we've provided scholarship opportunities as well as other financial aid methods to help them to get back into classes and to be able to actually complete. Most of it was finances that we heard about. Some of them moved, some of them were still dealing with COVID. So there was an array of responses on the surveys that we collected as to why students had not returned.
Okay. And also, I would like to see enrollment data by each college, Northeast, Southeast, if that's possible, going forward.
Our daily
That's all I have.
Hi, trustee. Our daily enrollment reports reflect that by college, but just keep in mind that we have a lot of students who not only take a class at one particular college, but they take them at multi-locations. So that's also in consideration in looking at that data. So we'd be more than happy to share what we requested and get that information to you.
Thank you. That's all I have. Did anybody have anything else?
I have a question.
Okay.
Thank you. On how are we doing with the finance departments? Are we streamlining it? Are we available at all the locations? Because, you know, I get phone calls that they're interested in going, but there's no one there. And so they're told to go online. and there's still people that are not familiar with doing online. So we need to make sure that we have hands-on and, you know, bodies there at all the locations so that we can try to make it easier for them when they come in the door. And when they come in the door, we need to have somebody to grab them and keep them in the door.
Thank you for those comments,
Thank
trustee.
you.
I'm assuming you're speaking about financial aid advisors and cashiers. Okay, thank you. We'll take that in consideration. Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, anybody have any questions? All right, the committee is adjourned at,
2:08 PM.
thank you.
The meeting of the Audit Committee for August 2nd, 2023 will now come to order at.
2:08 PM.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Other committee members are Dr. Reagan Flowers, Trustee Dave Wilson, and alternate Trustee Robert Glazer, who are all present. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of Citizen Forum 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Our topics for discussion, item A, presentation from external audit firm on audit approach and plan. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We bring forward today for the committee a presentation of the external audit plan, approach and plan that will be presented by Whitley Penn. They've been the external auditor over a 5-year period. They're in the last year of a 5-year contract. And with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Whitney Penn to present the approach and plan.
Good afternoon, trustees and chancellor. My name is Lupe Garcia. I'm here to present to you the planning communications to you as we've gotten started on the fiscal year 2023 financial statement audit and federal and state single audits. Members of the engagement team, in addition to myself, Eileen Comple-Macalental is the senior manager, Sean Berry is the senior associate, and we have 2 team members as associates working on the engagement, Jessica and Alexandra. Selena Setis is the engagement quality control reviewer. She's the second partner review on the engagement, and she also leads our public sector practice here at the firm. The financial statement audit is designed to express an opinion on your financial statements. So your fiscal year will end August 31st. You'll issue your financial statements in December, and in those financial statements, the goal is that our opinion will be unmodified, which means that the financial statements are fairly presented, fairly represented, and meet all accounting pronouncement requirements. That opinion is an opinion of reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance, just due to the fact that we're not here every day of the year. We have to design and the audit and perform procedures in order to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects. So in addition to that financial statement audit, we've also been engaged to perform 2 compliance audits. You receive federal and state awards. Each grant has its requirements, so we'll perform the federal and state single audit as well, which has their own state and federal requirements. We go through a process to identify the major programs each and every year, and here also we also express an opinion as to whether or not you're materially complying with those requirements for those federal and state major programs. Currently, we're in the planning and internal controls phase of the audit. Your fiscal year is not over yet, so we're performing risk assessment procedures. We're interviewing several individuals throughout the college in several significant audit areas. We're performing tests of internal controls, meaning we gain an understanding of your policies and procedures, but then we have to test transactions to make sure that those policies and procedures are being followed, that those approvals are in place, as well as the documentation. Once the fiscal year is over, we'll return for year-end field work, and that's when the substantive portion of our audit takes place. We'll confirm information with third parties, directly with your financial institutions, directly with your legal counsel. We'll perform a variety of analytical procedures in preparation of issuing the annual comprehensive financial report, which will result in us expressing an opinion on those financial statements. Something that is new for this year, new auditing standards require that we communicate to you significant risks that exist in a financial statement audit. So these 2 risks will be included in a letter that you'll receive next month, but I wanted to cover them here because this is new. You've never seen this before, and I want to explain what this means. So in every financial statement audit, there's two risks that are present. So these are not unique to Houston Community College, but it's important for you to understand that although you have policies and procedures in place, there is always going to be that risk that management overrides those internal controls, that they do not follow the established board policies and procedures here at Houston Community College. And then there's always the risk that revenue is not recognized properly in accordance with accounting standards. It may be recognized in an incorrect period for the incorrect amount. So these are two risks that we address by the procedures that we perform during interim and year-end field work. These two risks will be included in that communications letter, and I wanted to cover them here. That way you don't feel this is anything that's particular or specific to Houston Community College. As external auditors, we always treat these as significant risk in a financial statement audit. The major programs in the single audit for fiscal year 2023 include the various portions of the higher education emergency relief funding that the college has been receiving for several years. Also the student financial aid cluster. Those are your two federal major programs. And then for the state single audit, we have the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant, or TEOG. Looking over the past few fiscal years, this is the funding that has been expended related to your major programs for fiscal years 21 through the current year. It's important to note that the 2023 column only represents 9 months of activity through the end of May. There's still more expenditures that the college will ultimately report for these major programs through the end of August. So we have the Student Financial Aid Cluster currently at $125.4 million. HERF is reporting $29.7 million in expenditures for fiscal year 2023. And then the state major program, TEOG, is at $2.7 million in state expenditures. Although we're here, fiscal year's not over yet, we do have some information that's available from TRS and ERS related to your pension liability and your other post-employment benefit liability that you'll report in your annual comprehensive financial report later this year. For fiscal year 2023, Houston Community College's net pension liability will be $94.7 million. You can see that's a pretty significant increase from last year when it was only $41.1 million. We expected this. TRS experienced historic investment returns for their fiscal year that ended August 31st, 2021. The way you report your pension liability is always 1 year behind, so we knew that was not going to continue. That was just an anomaly. So it's back to 94.7 million, which is where we expect it to be. The plan is 75.62% funded, which is a good, healthy pension plan. So that will be included in your annual comprehensive financial report in December. Looking at the Employee Retirement System of Texas and your OPEB liability, this is your retiree healthcare liability, a very different plan compared to the net pension liability, meaning this is not a funded plan. All the contributions that go into this plan immediately go out the door to pay current year benefits to retirees. So there's nothing being set aside earning interest like at TRS with the pension plan. So this plan is only 0.57% funded because it's a pay-as-you-go plan that's expected. TRS at this point has not released any employer-specific details, so we can't talk about today what HCC's net OPEB liability is as of August 31st, 2023. However, we do know it's going to decrease from last year because the overall plan liability decreased. So once we receive HCC's proportionate share, we know it is going to decrease from last year's liability of $184.4 million, and it'll likely be in the $140 to $150 million range, which is going to be in line with all the other employers that participate in ERS. Looking at the audit timeline, we just wrapped up interim field work where, like I mentioned earlier, we focus on internal controls, compliance testing, walkthroughs. We'll return for year-end field work in October with the goal of issuing the report in December, so that way the college can meet all its reporting filings, deadlines as they come at the end of December, beginning of January. So that completes my prepared remarks. If there are any questions about the audit process, maybe the significant risk in the financial statement audit, or anything that I discussed in my presentation, I'll be happy to take those questions at this time.
Committee members, do you have questions? Trustee Glazer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we revisit page 9 and 10 and maybe explain that a little bit for me again on these pension and healthcare liabilities. So we're on page 9 now. So you're saying that the drop in the prior year was because of an extraordinary income
Investment
at the
income.
state level from the year before that?
Yes, so because of the timing of TRS and their audits and their actuarial studies, HCC has to include information that's from a year before. So fiscal year 2022, everyone thinks that was a terrible time in the market. Well, we're really talking about investment performance as of August 31st, 2021. That's what impacted your fiscal year 2022 pension liability.
So these are on fiscal years, not calendar years.
Yeah, this is the college's fiscal years.
So when I look at the fiscal year 2023, is that from a cutoff from last year?
That's a cutoff of August 31st, 2022. That's why we already have this information.
So are you expecting this number to go down, or are we a little too early in the year to decide where the next bar on the graph is going to be?
So we don't have information for next year as of August 31st, 2023 quite yet.
So interest rates have been going up for about a year now, maybe a year and a half. They've come off the bottom and they're heading up. Now, I remember when they were going the other direction, how that magnified the liability, because the lower the interest rate, the higher our future liability was, because part of the formula includes an interest rate that's positive to impact the liability. And when it went down to zero, our liabilities went up quite a bit. Are we going to see the opposite now that interest rates are starting to go up? Should our liability start to go back down? Because I'm not seeing it here.
So because TRS is a funded plan, the interest rate assumption that actuaries make is based on TRS's investment strategy, where what you're discussing, the rise and fall of interest rates that we've experienced, that's impacting ERS. So that's why the net OPEB liability last year increased so much, is because that discount rate had to be decreased due to the decrease in interest rates. This is not a funded plan, so it has to follow what's happening in the market. The primary reason why the net OPEB liability decreased was because they increased interest rates, just like you stated. And so because the interest rate increased, the liability decreases. So that's exactly what happened here with the net OPEB liability.
Well, I remember when we went through this with the retirement, and there's the same applications. As you said, one is funded and one is not, but one has an implied in interest rate of return, and as that implied interest rate of return went down, our liability went up. So I'm trying to figure out if interest rates are starting to go up, is our liability going to start going down in the TRS? Because it ballooned several years ago because interest rates were falling, and those factors were used in the formula to estimate the future liabilities.
Yeah. So TRS did not change their interest rate assumption. They left it at 7%. So that's happening in the market, but for the purposes of the actuaries and calculating this liability, they left it at 7%.
They have not increased it, although they brought it down when interest rates were coming down, but they have not raised it at this point, even though market interest rates are going up. They had a 7% rate of return even when market rates were near zero. And now market rates for 5 and short-term and 10-year notes are pushing up around 5. They're still at 7?
They're still at 7 as of August 31st, 2022. That's what we have information for.
Well, they only make that adjustment once, and they haven't made it for this year yet?
No.
Interesting. All right. Well, I think that answers that. On the second page, and you touched on it, I want to reaffirm the fact that you're saying 0.57% is what's funded at this point?
Correct.
So 98.5% is not funded.
That's correct.
How is this? Explain to a layman like me, how is this even possible? How does this even work?
So when GASB 75 first came out, it was exactly to put this into the report, make it front and center. Everyone can see that this is an outstanding liability. This is something that needs to be paid attention to. At this point in time, the way the plan is structured, these decisions are made at the state level. There are the contributions going in from employers, from employees, from the state are not designed to have excess cash investments, earning investment income to build that those assets to fund the future liability. So this is why it's referred to as a pay-as-you-go plan, because all the contributions going in each and every year immediately go out to pay benefit beneficiaries and those receiving benefits. So there aren't assets being set aside, and that's what this is meant to highlight.
But bills are getting paid.
Bills are getting paid, but there's nothing being set aside for the future.
Right. Okay. Right. That explains that, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Wilson.
The 7% that is the target for the retirement fund, is that set by the state or is that set by the TRS? That's a legislative thing, or is?
It's something that the board of TRS adopts.
They have the authority to move it around and it's not the legislature?
Or I get my raise, or no raise.
Or no raise.
Legislature gives you
One-time check. That's it. Thank you.
Trustee Laredo.
No, I'm saying that I'm very familiar with the TRS because, 7%, but we don't see it as the recipients. But thank you.
Can we go to the management override of internal controls and improper revenue recognition, please? Can you share with the board if these two items are reviewed in tandem with the internal audit risk register? Is that a no? I'm looking at your face.
As far as whether or not internal audit here at HCC considers these as risk in their audit plan and the work that they do here?
And in terms of whether or not you review the risk register and then determine which of these items under each of these categories you will tap to see if they are in proper alignment.
So each and every year we do meet with internal audit here. We go over their audit plan, we go over the reports that have been issued, and we identify those areas that would impact the financial statement audit. And we compare to see what work has been done, what work that's been done impacts the procedures we plan on performing, and we do take those results under consideration.
Excellent. Can we go to the single audit major programs total expenditures, please? Where is adult basic education for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023?
So adult basic education is still a program here at HCC. It is still being reported on the schedule of expenditures of federal rewards. However, it hasn't been identified as a major program for testing purposes. So it's still very much a program that is being operated here at the college. What has happened with HERF is it's made your numbers on the schedule of expenditures of federal rewards so large that it now programs in the past that used to surpass a threshold that would warrant it being identified as a major program, and it has not. So once HERF goes away and everything goes back to the pre-pandemic normal, programs such as adult basic education will start rising to the level of being a major program and being included in your federal single audit. But the expenditures are still there.
So we have no ideas to does anybody have any ideas to what the fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 adult basic education dollar values are? Does anybody know that?
Madam Chair, I'm sure administration knows the number. If you want the number, we'll get it for you.
We'd like to have those numbers, please, because we need to understand at only $4 million in fiscal year 2021, we'd like to see what that fiscal trend is for 2022 and 2023. Adult basic education used to be one of the standard cornerstones, because those are the students that we have a continual return for education. So we need to make sure we understand if there's no dollar values, then there's no adult basic education. That's not good for us. But we need to see what that fiscal trend is so that we understand clearly what we have to do as a board when we set our goals. Are there any other questions from the board? Thank you so much. This was very enlightening, and we really appreciate Whitley Penn.
Thank you.
We now have item B, internal audit status report. This is a report item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We bring forward for the committee the status report from internal audit. We provide this quarterly to the audit committee. With permission, I'll turn the floor over to Terry Corrigan to present the report.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and trustees. So this is, as the Chancellor said, it's our quarterly status report, which is part of the set agenda for the Audit Committee. So in the presentation, you'll have summarized internal audit status information, follow-up on observations, action plans, and external audit and review activity. So attachments in your packet, you have detailed fiscal year 2023 internal audit plan status report, which gives you more detail. We have audit observations follow-up status report, which is the follow-up on all the audit observations in our internal audit reports, the status of the action plans addressing those observations. And then we have a report on McConnell and Jones recommendations follow-up status report. So projects that have been completed since the last status report. So we issued the reports on the construction cost management audit. We had 3 audit reports issued on campus safety and environmental, which was the Northwest, Southeast, and Southwest. Internal audit wants to commend the Southeast and Southwest colleges for having cleared all their audit observations prior to the issuance of the report, except for eyewash stations and vent hoods that require the safety and environmental group's intervention into getting those fixed. So we also issued reports on asset management, the libraries, and the police academy. The asset management project was split into 6 projects, and basically it was focused on assets that could more readily go missing. So things like computers, vehicles, tow motors, golf carts, and then we also looked at firearms and how we control those. So projects in the finalization stage. So these are projects that we plan on completing this month. So we got enrollment, IT, cyber, and data security, which we're focusing on ransomware. And then we plan on 2 more parts of the asset management, the police and the fleet reports. And then we are going to complete our internal quality assurance review, which is an annual self-assessment for years without external assessments on our own internal audit department. And that's required by the internal audit professional standards. And basically, we're supposed to have a quality assurance improvement program, which that is part of it. So projects continuing into fiscal year 2024. So the CARES Act, it's supposed to be spent down by the end of October. So we will continue looking at our activities there until that's expended. Deferred maintenance, we were hoping to get that one done this year, but we have a new chief financial officer, and we're working with that chief financial officer, which came on board in October of 2022.
Could we advance the slides to match what you're talking about? Thank you.
All right. All right, so, and then we're going to complete the asset management, the 2 extra parts that we have, the facilities and information technology parts of the asset management. And then we'll be looking at the payment card industry, data security, which is the cards that we issue to our students. And we're looking at the security on those cards. There's specific compliance regulations that are in place that you have to comply with. And they had new regulations come out, and we have up to 1 year to implement those new rules. And then we got Title IX. Title IX, we thought we were going to do this year because it was expected to go into effect. The new regulations were expected to go into effect in June. They did not. Now they're expected to go into effect in October. So we'll be finishing that one up. So projects that we have pretty much on hold but in waiting are projects that are programs that are in implementation. So we have the web content accessibility. The IT group is working with procurement and talent engagement to get that program up and running. And then we have the campus security program that we're working on. I know that you've seen the dashboard that they've come up with and the various things we're trying to implement with that. And so, of course, there's some budget implications for that, which I think there'll be some proposals on that. And then we also are in the process of establishing HCC policy regulation for the campus security. And the risk management group is working with the Office of General Counsel to establish those procedures and policies. So in your packet, you have, I think there's 8 pages of audit observation follow-up that we're tracking now. That I'm sure you've taken a look at. And then we have the McConnell-Jones recommendations follow-up. So we have cleared basically 18 of the 19 recommendations. And the one that is still in progress is implementing, automating the grants process. So the grants group is working with our information technology people to get that implemented, and it's expected to be done in April of 2024. So external projects or audits and review, we had a Rapid 7 IT cyber and data security penetration testing review done. The results of that came out favorable for HCC. And under regulatory imposed, the Higher Education Coordinating Board performed an appropriation year 2022 single audit report evaluation, and they noted no federal or state funding findings. So that's my presentation on the status of the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2023.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions? Dr. Flowers, do you have any questions? Trustee Wilson? There are no questions. Thank you so much. The 8 pages are very detailed, and it gives us a clear understanding of what the Internal Audit Department is doing in terms of operations, compliance, advisory, administrative. This is good. Thank you very much for it, and we appreciate the report. We will now move to item C, FY 2024 Internal Audit Plan for approval. Is there a motion to approve item C, FY 2024 Internal Audit Plan for approval?
So moved.
Is there a second? I will second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, as we just heard the update on the FY23 Internal Audit Plan, it is important that we continue our internal audit work with approval of the FY24 plan. And to present the priorities for that plan, I'll turn once again the floor over to Terry Corrigan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. So first, we're going to go over the plan development considerations that we do in internal audit to come up with the plan. So we consider input received from the governing board members. The board engagement this year was excellent, and we're trying to build in time in the plan to be responsive to the board's input. So we have an enterprise risk management assessment. We do an annual comprehensive assessment, but the enterprise risk management assessment goes on through the entire year. We had 23 interviews we did in May and June, internal audit in coordination with our risk management department. The risk management office actually owns the enterprise risk management tool that we use to rank the risks, and 239 risks are evaluated and assessed in the tool. So this is part of our internal control framework at HCC, which I consider to be very mature in comparison to other internal audit frameworks that I've been associated with in the past. So it includes an attestation process. And so in the attestation process, these 23 people that we interviewed, they sign off on attestations. And when they do that, the top risk in their area are forwarded to them along with a checklist and along with required reporting, which is a tool that the Office of General Counsel has, and they provide to the attester what they're required to report and what the status of that is. So each quarter, the attesters have a chance and opportunity to update their enterprise risk assessment. So then we also consider the consultants that we use. That would be people like Hush Blackwell, who provide services for HERF, the Rapid 7, things like that. Then we also consider what external audits are going on, which would be Whitley Penn, their work, and government regulators that audit HCC. So then we get a report from the United Educators, and they come up with their top risks. We get that every year. We review that and see how that compares with where we're coming out. KPMG is kind enough to post on the internet each year what they think the top risks are for internal audit. And then we also want to follow the standards for the professional practice of internal auditing. And then we have the Texas Internal Audit Act. So we take that into consideration. The Texas Internal Audit Act, for one thing, they want us to look at something to do with procurement and information technology every year. And then we try to make sure that our plan is going to be aligned with the strategic priorities of HCC. So the actual proposed plan for the 2024 fiscal year is attached to your in your packet. Mm-hmm. So the type of audits that we do in internal audit, we do operational audits, we do compliance audits. Most of our audits are hybrids of operational and compliance. And then we do advisory services. We have our administrative things that we need to do. And then we follow up on our audit observation action plans that are in our reports. So Under the operational audit projects, we have the deferred maintenance. In attachment 1 to your plan that's attached, it shows the coverage of the highest risks that are determined by the Enterprise Risk Management Assessment. In deferred maintenance ranks 5th. We have asset management. We're going to be finishing that one up. Completion of the facilities and IT part of that. We have IT disaster recovery. This is a very important audit. I think we did the last one back in 2022. That is related to the 4th highest risk in the risk assessment. And then we have proposed a student mental health review. And that one, we would try to cover what plans HCC has for human trafficking risk mitigation as part of that. And that ranks as the 10th highest risk in the risk assessment. So the web content accessibility, we talked about that earlier. And then we have the CARES Act, HERF, which we talked about earlier. It's the 6th highest risk in 2021. The PCI data security is 4th highest rated risk associated with it. Title IX, as we say, those new rules are supposed to go into effect, expected to go into effect in October. So that relates to the 8th highest risk in the risk assessment. And then we have campus safety and environmental operations, and that is mainly looking at our fire, life, and safety in labs and those type of safety protocols. It's rated as the 11th highest risk. And then we got SB 17, which is also related to the gender-related issues, and it's the 8th highest risk in the enterprise risk assessment. So under advisory services, we have the campus security that we're still will continue to follow up on while that program is being put into place. Then we have committee and task force that internal audit participates in throughout the year. And then special projects and examinations, which this is time built in to be responsive to requests. So the audit committee chair was kind enough to sit in with me and discuss the enterprise risk assessment and go over the top risk in the enterprise risk assessment. And so the following reports and information were identified as things to include in the audit plan. So the number one risk in the enterprise risk assessment is the new state funding model transition. And so it's proposed that we keep on monitoring on how we transition to that new state funding. Then the security program dashboard updates, that's related to the number 2 risk in our ERM, and that would be providing updates on the dashboard and our progress in putting that safety program in place, and then also looking at the development of the HCC policy regulation to govern that program. Facilities and property information. So facilities and property information would be associated with the 5th highest risk of deferred maintenance. need to know the condition of your facilities and property in order to do that. Then succession planning information. The succession planning is linked to the 6th and 7th highest risk under leadership, continuity and employment, and recruitment, retention, and succession planning. So, information on the complaints grievance process is another report that was identified. It's related to the 8th highest risk of gender-related issues. Basically, we cover things like Title IX and Title VII grievance process. And then to look at the annual Texas Higher Education Board annual reports and provide some analysis of our basically benchmarking the competition education providers with HCC, and that's related to the 9th highest risk in our ERM assessment. Then we have 2 projects that are special requests that are not linked to the enterprise risk assessment highest risk, being a report on contracted services. And that is basically like 8% of HCC's expenses for the year. And then a report on less than $100,000 payments. So the administrative projects, those are ones that we have to do just to administer our department. So we have audit planning and ERM assessment. We try to keep our teammate management system upgraded and improved. We do our internal quality assurance review each year. We are required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act to issue a annual report on activities of internal audit. And then we do external audits monitoring, which we provide information on that to you each quarter. We do lunch and learns, mainly on fraud risk awareness and deterrence. We do newsletters on internal control management and fraud awareness as well. And then this year we have a new requirement we're going to have to do. The Institute of Internal Auditors is supposed to be issuing new standards for the professional practice of internal audit, and they're calling it Global Internal Audit Standards. And that's supposed to, or expected to go into effect early in 2024. So we will be needing to transition and make sure that we follow the new standards. And then we have audit observation action plan follow-ups that we do throughout the year to follow up on observations that are in our internal audit reports. So that is my presentation on our proposed plan. And so we're recommending that the board approve our fiscal year 2024 internal audit plan.
Committee members, do you have any questions? Trustee Wilson, no questions? Trustee Flowers, no questions? This is an excellent plan. Chancellor, I want to say that Terrence Corrigan and Bob McCracken have done an extraordinary job. The risk register is exceptional. It is truly exceptional, the detail that they went to, the explanations that were given to me, because I took a lot of time with Mr. Corrigan to understand how these risks are defined and how they flow from year to year and what we should be doing as a board to support the internal audit plan. This team has done an extraordinary job, and I have to say that to you. It is truly exceptional. And thank you, because we took a lot of time, and a lot of this I didn't understand, and you made it very clear. And so I'm glad that my committee is satisfied with it. On the gender-related issues, are we to add Title IV to that? Does Title IV belong in this?
Most of the Title IV things end up in Title VII, so it's really going to be covered, it will be covered in Title VII.
Okay, then that's all we need to know. Thank you. This is excellent. I think we are ready to vote. Board committee members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are now at the final item, item D, the report on quarterly control and compliance attestation. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we do every quarter, I'm going to bring an administrative attestation statement to the committee for presentation. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to General Counsel Ashley Smith to deliver this quarter's report.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, Trustees. We bring to you an exception under the accreditation report today that addresses a reported Title IV compliance error. Title IV identifies requirements regarding student financial disclosure, and it's a function under the Higher Education Act of 1965. These provisions require voluminous disclosures, and we will address those with you in a limited way related to an error that occurred in distribution of some of the disclosures and what we've done to correct it. Some of the disclosures require that they be posted on the website. Some require that there be other means by which the public's informed of the disclosures. Still further, some of the requirements are that they identify the targeted individuals that are to receive the disclosures. And you'll see an element of all of those in the reports that we'll make today. The item disclosed is related to students who were admitted but not enrolled. And you'll recall that admitted students do not have a student email address as the enrolled students do. So we'll address with you how that's been corrected and what workarounds we have on that. This item is being reported with a mitigation plan, and we'll have more detail on that for you as well. What we've done is prepared a report for you in closed session of the special meeting so that any legal issues that might be of interest to the board could be examined and evaluated. And with that, let me just refer you to the exception that's in your books, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Committee members, are there any questions? There are no questions. Thank you so much. We will look forward to getting the detailed report in the closed session.
Thank you.
And because we have two closed sessions, we're going to delay the closed session item for the audit committee to the, is it the special meeting, board counsel? To the special meeting. We will have a closed session special meeting, so the audit closed session item will be added to that closed session so that we do not have two. And if there's no more discussion for the audit committee, this audit committee meeting is now adjourned at
2:57 p.m.
3 minutes shy. Excellent.
for you don't have one tracking item. That was under which one?
Internal audit status report.
It's on the status report? Oh, that's the, no. I-
How do you do that? I don't know. I'm going to start.
Did we print out those fiscal year, the ones that we're giving us to sign every year? Interest? Yeah. Like with the interest, every night. So let's print them out for, normally we try to do it before that, so let's print them out for our August 16th meeting. I think it's easier getting the sign here. Yeah. Okay. I saw the notice pop up yesterday, today, on the board services, and I was intending to remind you and I forgot about it. How are you?
Is Dr. Edwards here? Yeah.
Yes, okay, all right, okay. How's it going?
Wait, it's so disorienting not to have your. I had my glasses. These are it.
Oh, those are mine. Oh, I'm thinking those are yours, Monica.
They look the same.
Uh-huh. Because I'm loud. Good afternoon. The special meeting for August 2nd, 2023 will now come to order at
3:07 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak. We will begin with item A, review the tax rate adoption process for tax year 2023 FY 2024 and review the calculated and proposed tax rate. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, as you know, every year around this time we start the process of approving the tax rate that supports the budget that the board has approved. This meeting starts us through that process, and with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall Hines to step us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, Trustees. I just want to quickly introduce, you've seen these folks before. The Linebarger Group is here. They've worked with HCC, and we have Blair Riley to walk us through the tax process. And so she'll be here to give you a presentation, and then we'll be able to answer any questions you may have. Blair?
Thank you, Marshall.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for inviting us here today to speak with you. My name is Blair Riley, and I'm here today on behalf of Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson. We are your delinquent attorneys. HCC has been a client of Linebarger for over 20 years. We provide comprehensive legal services and a collection program, including every part of the delinquent collection process, including, obviously, truth and taxation, which is why we're here today. We provide a team of professional collectors and experienced attorneys to oversee all the aspects of the collection program. Our team is led by Mr. Tony Nims, who we have here with us today, as well as Ashante Kashar as our area manager. So today, we're going to talk about truth and taxation and how the board is going to make sure to meet all the requirements as necessary by law this year. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about the 4 guiding principles of truth and taxation. So the reason that we take so much time going through this every year is because the Texas Constitution and the tax code have 4 guiding principles that oversee all of truth and taxation. It tells us the taxpayer's rights and your obligations. So first, the taxpayers have the right to know about property value increases and their estimated taxes. The taxing unit's obligation is to calculate the benchmark tax rates and to publish your proposed tax rate before adopting a tax rate. If you don't do that, the taxpayer can file an injunction to stop the adoption of the tax rate. Your obligation next is to also publish notices and hold hearings regarding the increases. Once again, if you don't do that, the taxpayer can file an injunction. And finally, the voters have the right to a tax rate or rollback election if you vote to adopt a tax rate that increases the M&O rate over a certain threshold. So basically, truth and taxation is about A, letting the taxpayers know what's going on. They have a right to know their values, to know what you guys are discussing, to make it very clear on the websites and the newspapers exactly what is happening. And in certain cases, they have a right to limit the tax rates as necessary. So on the next page, I talked about the benchmark tax rates. That's one of the obligations that the taxing unit has, calculating the benchmark tax rates on an annual basis. So by now, HCC has already designated their designated officer or employee to calculate the benchmark rates. Once HCAD gives you their values, either this week or next week, then they're going to start doing their benchmark calculations using the comptroller's worksheets. There's 80 steps that they have to do to get you these benchmark tax rates, and they're going to go through them very carefully. First, they're going to calculate their no new revenue rate. The no new revenue rate, it used to be called the effective rate, but it's now the no new revenue rate. That gives you the same revenue as last year, but it excludes any money that's coming in from new improvements. So we look at our properties apples to apples last year to this year, and we try and find the rate that would give us the same revenue, excluding new buildings. The voter approval rate is the second important rate that they're going to be giving to you. That gives us the same revenue as last year, but it also gives us some room for M&O growth. We have an M&O growth multiplier in order to account for inflation a little bit. Now, if you're new to tax rates, just in case, you're going to hear me talking about M&O and INS a lot. M&O is your maintenance and operations rate. It's how you pay for your day-to-day expenses, your salaries. INS, your debt rate, also interest and sinking. That's how we pay back for those bonds that the voters already voted to approve those bonds. We already built those buildings. We've sort of spent that money. So now we have to pay those money back with our debt rate. The debt rate is a little bit easier because the state doesn't want anyone going bankrupt, so they allow you to have as high of a debt rate as is necessary to pay back those bonds in a timely manner. So a lot of times it's the M&O rate that we're looking at the growth of. So on the next slide, by definition, Houston Community College District is a special taxing unit because you're a junior college district. Special taxing units have a 8% growth multiplier for their M&O taxes. So you can go increase your M&O rate, your M&O no new revenue rate by up to 8% before you trigger a election. If you go above that 8%, then it is an automatic election on the next uniform election day. So that's November 7th this year. So when you're looking at your rates, you're going to keep in mind going above your voter approval rate triggers an automatic election. Now, if you're responding to a disaster and you need money for that, then you can go above your voter approval rate without an election. But in the following year, you're going to have to give that money back in terms of a lower tax rate. So just keep that in mind. You probably won't be doing that this year. On the next slide, this is the debt rate that I was talking about. This is how we're paying back for those bonds. So your tax assessor collector is going to certify to you the anticipated collection rate. They're going to tell you how much they think they're going to bring in, 100%, 98%, and their collection rate this year. It's going to include the current as well as delinquent. It can't be lower than the actual collection rate for the past 3 years, but it can be greater than 100% for a TNT for the purposes of calculating that debt rate that you need. And on the next slide. Before your hearing and before your tax rate adoption, the designated officer or employee that I talked about, they're going to calculate those two benchmark rates, the no new revenue and the voter approval rate, and they're going to submit them to the governing body. And then we're going to propose our tax rates. Before you can adopt your tax rate, the chief appraiser has a database that they maintain. You cannot hold a public hearing to adopt your tax rate until the 5th day after the chief appraiser has A, mailed everyone a postcard letting them know how to access their database, and B, they will have updated their database to include the date, time, and location of your public hearing. So you cannot adopt a tax rate until after the chief appraiser has publicly made that information available. And on the next slide. This is what that postcard looks like. So everybody is going to get this postcard. This is actually the last year for this postcard because honestly, it led to more questions than it led to answers. Half the time it got thrown out, and the other time people thought there was something going on that was bad. So this will be the last year, but you can't adopt your tax rate until 5 days after this has been mailed. And on the next slide. This is what the transparency database that the CAD has to create, it looks like. It's actually very helpful for our taxpayers. What you can do is you can put in your own address and it will tell them what your benchmark rates are, so your voter approval rate and your no new revenue rate. It will tell them what your proposed tax rate is. It's also going to tell them exactly what their tax rates would be if you adopted the no new revenue rate or if you adopted your proposed rate. So you can type in your own address and see exactly how it's going to affect you personally. It's also going to give them a comment form so that they can provide any comments that they need to about the tax rate that you're proposing. It has the date, time, and location of the hearing to adopt the tax rates, and it allows for email to the taxing units. It'll have a link to your website as well so the taxpayers can get all the other information that's needed. And then the next slide. So before you adopt your tax rate, you're going to hold either a public hearing or a public meeting. Whether it's a public hearing or a meeting depends on if you go above your no new revenue rate or not. So we're going to have a 2606 public hearing. Public participation is encouraged. If the proposed rate is greater than the lower of the no new revenue or voter approval rate, then it's the public hearing. Otherwise, you just have to have a meeting to adopt the tax rate if you can stay below the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate. You're going to publish the notice in the newspaper at least 5 days before you hold this hearing. It's going to be on a quarter-page newspaper notice, and it's going to be on your homepage. The wording of the notice, and it's a big two-page notice normally, is going to depend on your proposed rate in relationship to your no new revenue rate and your VAR. Is it above the VAR? Is it above the no new revenue rate? There's 12 different options, so your DOE will pick the right option and get that in the newspaper for you. You're also going to put it on your website and on your TV at least 7 days before the public hearing. So this is all the part that I was telling you about that the public has the right to know. They really want the public to know. Between postcards, the TV, the website, the newspaper, we're covering all our bases here. We have to get all of these things done timely though. And then 72 hours before the meeting, that's your deadline for your normal Open Meetings Act notice. And then the next slide. So your deadline to adopt the tax rate is by September 29th or 60 days after roll certification. You haven't received your roll yet, so you're going to go with the 60 days after roll certification as your deadline to adopt the tax rate. HCAD thinks they might have it out this week. They may have it out next week, but that will start your countdown for the 60 days to get your tax rate adopted. If you are considering going above your voter approval rate, your calendar is significantly condensed just because you have to call for an election by August 21st. And if you go above your voter approval rate, that has to be done by August 28th. So if you're not going to go above your voter approval rate, you will be fine. But if you do, just keep August 28th in mind. And on the next slide. So when you adopt the tax rate at your 2606 public hearing or meeting, if the rate was not adopted, so first we're going to have our 2606 hearing. If you don't adopt the rate at that first meeting, then you have to have a second hearing to adopt the rate. You'll announce the date, time, and location of the second hearing at the first one, and it has to be within 7 days of that first hearing that you publish the information for. You'll have a separate vote for the budget and the tax rate. If you're adopting a tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue rate, you'll have a record vote. You have to have a voting threshold of 60%, and you're going to have specific language that's going to go in the motion and the ordinance. You'll have specific language for it that says, I move to raise a tax rate of X. And also you'll have a resolution language if your M&O taxes are going to be higher than last year's M&O taxes. And on the next slide. This is all the information that's going to go on the taxing unit's website. They really want to give taxpayers the opportunity to contact you and let you know their feelings. So on your website, you're going to have the taxing unit's name, address, phone number, email, telephone number, everything. It's also going to have each of the names of the governing body members, as well as their contact information. So all of your contact information, if it's different from the HCC general, will be on the website. You'll have the budget for the past 2 years and the current budget. You'll have the percent and dollar change from last year to this year in the budget. You'll have the last 2 years and the current property tax revenue for both M&O and debt. We'll have the tax rates for the last 2 years so they can see if tax rates are going up or down, how we're doing. You'll have the proposed M&O and debt. And you're also going to include the most recent financial audit on your website. And the next slide. This is one of the other notices that we need to put on our website. This is the notice about tax rates. This is going to go on the home page of your website. You can see that it's a state-required form. It's going to have that no new revenue rate and that voter approval rate that I was talking about. It's going to tell exactly what your unencumbered funds are, and your full schedule of debt is going to go on here as well. On the county tax assessor's website, they're going to have your 5-year history of tax rates, your proposed rate, your no new revenue rate, adopted rate, broken down by M&O and debt, your voter approval rate, all for the last 5 years goes on the county website. It has these truth and taxation forms that I talked about, the whole 80 steps of calculations. Those go on their website for the past 5 years as well, along with this year, so that people can sit there and double check the math. Those forms are supposed to be up by August 7th. With the CAD always being late, we never make that, so it's just as soon as possible afterwards. Following the tax rate adoption, the taxing units are going to give the tax assessor the tax rates so that they can start the billing process as soon as possible. Also on the tax assessor's website, we'll have the name and official contacting information for each member of HCC's governing body. And on the next slide. This is the truth and taxation calendar. This is what the deadlines that we are supposed to be meeting. By July 25th, the chief appraiser was supposed to certify the roll or get you an estimate. We're working on getting the numbers from the CAD at the moment. They should be here in the near future, hopefully this week or next week. August 1st, the collector was going to certify the anticipated collection rate and any excess collections from last year. If you collected too much in debt last year, then you have to pay it back this year in the form of a lower debt rate. We're going to complete our truth and taxation forms as soon as we get those CAD figures and submit them to the TAC and the governing body. We're also going to send out those postcards hopefully by July 7th, by August 7th. And then next slide. This is where we talk about the deadlines for the rate adoption itself. So August 28th, that's the deadline if you're going above your voter approval rate. September 30th, or 60 days after you received the CAD values, that's your deadline for adopting the tax rate. And just remember to get that notice in the newspaper at least 5 days before you do adopt the tax rate, and on your website and television stations 7 days ahead of time. If you go above your VAR, you're having an election on November the 7th. And the next slide. And that's it. Do you have any questions about how we're calculating tax rates this year or why?
Any questions, trustees? Questions? Well, thank you so much for the
Thanks for having us.
presentation. Is there a motion to approve item B, accept the 2023 proposed tax rate and announce the timeline for the public hearing and final adoption of 2023 tax rate FY 2024?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I apologize, Chancellor. I just have to tell you that there's a correction to the agenda cover sheet to denote for the record that the HCC board will vote to adopt the tax year 2023 tax rate at a special meeting on Wednesday, October 4th, 2023, and not at the regular meeting. Okay, no,
That's a coming meeting in October.
October 4th.
Trustees, we have before you the proposed tax rate that's necessary to fund the FY 2024 approved budget. And also we've got the timeline that we'll be following. The reasons for bringing this forward are obviously to support the budget, the M&O budget, and also the tax levy on the debt service. I will turn the floor over to Marshall Hines to step us through the process. I think this will all be familiar to the trustees.
It should. Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, trustees. Blair went through a lot of material, very quick form, and I appreciate you guys showing up and doing a great job. So I'll go through this short list very quickly. So again, we're basing this approval on the current tax base that we have from HCAD now. As you heard her say, this week, next week, at some point, HCAD will give us a certified roll. So you have that. And just a recognition that when we have the new tax base, it's not just everybody's existing property going up, there's also continued development that goes on around the county, both Fort Bend and Harris County. So that brings the tax basis up as well. And then this is the same thing we've done the last few years, and doing this where you'll have the meeting. And I think it was pointed out, I'll get to the schedule in a moment. But we talk about the tax rate process. So I'll walk you through this very quickly. The assumptions on the left, based on what we have here, is based on April estimates that we got from Harris County and Fort Bend. We use to calculate the final total tax numbers when we get back in August information certified by HCAD and Fort Bend CAD. Total taxable values provided by the counties so far are $268 billion. Tax rate, voter approval rate, collection rate at 97.5%. M&O locked in at 97.91. And then we have the changes that HCC voted for in our tax, that we've got the increase of the homestead exemption. We went from $120,000 for people that are over 65 or disabled to $135,000. And then for the homestead exemption, we went to 15% to up to 17%. And you'll see the estimate increase is around $8 million. So I'll walk you through it. We'll start on the right-hand side of the chart, and you see tax year 22 of the current year. The base was at $255 million when we did this last year. And you see our tax rate in that middle line that says total tax rate was 0.095569. And so that was about 1.5% of the total tax rate. And then if you drop down, you see how that's broken down both between maintenance and operations and debt service. So then you move to the left column on the far side, you'll see the taxable valuation has moved up to $268 billion. So that's a change of $12.5 billion. And so if you see the tax rate in that column, we're at 0.094156. So as you know and you heard during the budget process, this is all familiar information to you that we did decrease our tax rate. And yes, we do recognize that we are receiving additional tax revenue, and you see it on the far bottom right corner of the $7.988 million. And then the proposed tax rate necessary to fund our budget that we have approved. Accepting this tax rate ensures that HCCS can meet the budget obligations, provide sustainability of our operations, address possible enrollment changes, and support future budget priorities and strategic plan objectives. And then quickly on this chart, this is the same one that's very similar to what Blair had. I just point out a couple of items on here. So down October 4th is the second to the bottom line. You'll see that's a special meeting where we adopt the tax rate. And then you'll see the Wednesday, August 2nd, the special meeting that is today. And so that's where we are. And so in the middle there is where we get the information certified by the appraisal districts. We post all the notifications, we go through, and we come back to the board to that special meeting. They get to observe the voting on that. And again, we've done this the last few years. So I will stop there. That's the last page on that. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Marshall. Are there any questions? Trustee Glazer.
Chancellor, I know we've received I know there's been activity in Austin about rate changes with regard to the school district. And we had got an email from the administration, or maybe from you, I don't remember who signed it, saying that you guys were observing it, watching it, and were going to advise us if it had any impact on us. And I guess this is the time to ask, because I haven't seen any updates since that letter. Is there any impact from what's going on at the state with regard to our entity and taxes?
And thank you. I'll ask Marshall to give us the update on the latest information that we have.
Okay,
Sure, happy to do so. We actually met with the two different law firms, and we've been following this as well. And there was no clarity at first when this came out, a lot of confusion about what this really meant. So I'll start out with the non-homestead properties. The non-homestead properties have what they call the circuit breaker. I would think that there could have been a better name for that, but that's what they called it. But that allows caps the tax rate on non-homestead property at 2%. And initially we thought it was 2% a year, but 6%, and so it's over 3 years. It's 2% a year for 3 years, and they're going to take a look back at that and what that means. And if that's done any harm, we don't want to end up like in California where you have a proposition issue there that was an issue that didn't turn out so well many years ago. So that's how that works, and then that is not effective until 2014. So that will happen January 1st of 2014. I'm sorry, 2024. 2024, that's when that will start. And the other one is your homestead exemption. We've at first thought that impacted HCC and would impact some of the good things that we did in our budget this year, but it doesn't. It's for K through 12, for schools only, and it's for their taxes. It gets them everyone will get, if you've got a 40% tax, a $40,000 tax exemption now, it will automatically go up to $100,000, and that is going to be activated this year. So everyone that owns a home and has a homestead on it, you will see that increase in your exemption this calendar year, tax year 23. So no impact on HCC or anything we did in our budget.
I guess I want to just follow up with what you said on the commercial property that starts in 2024. So
Yes,
what you're saying, they have something that's called a circuit breaker, and I guess that's going to be like a limitation on property appraisal values going up that's maybe similar to what homesteads have at this point?
Well,
if that's the case, will that apply to community college, or is that strictly for K through 12 entities also?
The non-homestead is for the non-commercial. The commercial property is for non-homesteaded property, so that's what's going to be capped, and that will not impact us unless your property goes up significantly more than it has in the past. And if you look at 20% tax increases or something like that, then that is significant. And a property would have to go up a significant amount to be going up 20%. If you had a $100,000 home, your property would have to go up $20,000 to make that happen.
So the value of a commercial property, if it went up 20%, they would get some type of credit back, or they're going to have a look back and perhaps limit the upside appreciation of commercial property?
Yes, sir. They'll cap it at 20%. So, for example, if you had I'll make this up, but if you had a property that was non-homesteaded and you used it for a business or you just owned it for an investment, and it went up 32%, which we see that in some parts of town. And if that happens, they'd say, no, you can only go up 20% this year, and next year you can only go up 20%. At first, we thought it was 20% over a 3-year period, which is what they initially talked about. That would have been very meaningful to bring that number down and cut it in 3 pieces, but it's not. It's 20% per year for 3 years, so they can still significantly go up. But there are properties that do go up 20% a year.
And the revenue that those folks pay in taxes would impact HCC going forward. That's not limited to that. That's my question. I know that the homestead and everything that happened this last session was focused on ISD revenue, because supposedly the state is going to reimburse the ISDs for the shortfalls that occur because of the limitations they're implying with this new proposal. But my understanding that didn't apply to us. We're not going to be getting any rebates from the state for any kind of shortcoming. But there's
correct.
nothing on. But what you're saying is what they discussed going forward when it comes to non-residential properties. That limitation and valuation won't just apply to ISDs, but will apply to all taxing entities, including us. So that could be significant, because we have a lot of commercial property and I can testify personally. I've had a property that went up 80% in 1 year, this last year. So that would make a significant difference in the tax rate that I would pay if it's limited to 20% per year over 3 years. So if that's applied, then it looks like in future budgets, we could be impacted.
We could be impacted, but they did some studies about what would qualify and how much you would have to have that would go up over 20%. So if you had my $1 million example, if it went up 22%, they would claw back the 2% increase. They couldn't charge you that extra 2%. So yes, everyone would lose that 2% on that. So
And there would be no reimbursement on that.
That's correct.
Right, so we would have to consider our budget and our tax rate accordingly.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions? Trustee Wilson.
It just so happened this morning, I was at HCAD protesting property, and I had a piece of property that went up 87.5% in 1 year. And I got no relief in the informal hearing this morning. And the property tax is a real issue. It's going to become such a burden. It's going to hurt us like it has done California and other states. But my point is, our tax rate is actually going down this year.
Yes, sir.
So we have a declining tax rate. So here I am sitting on the board, going to vote on that. And if I vote against a declining tax rate, it looks like I'm voting against tax relief, when in reality, because the appraisal has gone up so much, I don't think we're getting enough relief on that tax rate. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Thank you, Marshall.
Madam Chair, I want to make one note before you call for the vote. The timeline that Marshall presented just a few minutes ago has the adoption date, and it was noted in the agenda item as October 4th. That is an anticipated adoption date based on the anticipation that the certified values from HCAD will be received in mid-August. During Linebarger's presentation, they indicated it may be received earlier than that, so I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the board and for the record that that date is subject to adjustment. And if those rates are received earlier than expected, then the adoption date will need to be adjusted as well.
Thank you so much,
Sure.
Melissa. Okay, if there are no more questions, we're now ready to vote on item B.
Sharon, that's for me. Adriana Camez.
Received.
Thank you.
That's a yes for me too, Sharon. With
Received.
Charlene Johnson.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-1.
Is there a motion to approve item C, designate official to calculate 2023 tax rate for tax year 2023 FY 2024?
Second.
It's been moved in second. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As part of the process, we recommend the board designate the Senior Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, the CFO, Chief Business Officer, to calculate the tax rate information required under the Texas Tax Code, Section 26.04C. That would be Mr. Hines, and that's our recommendation.
Open. Any questions first before we vote? No questions? Okay. Voting is open.
Sharon, that's yes for me. Adriana Camez.
Received.
That's a yes for me, Sharon. Charlene Johnson.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Is there a motion to approve item D, order calling for trustee elections to be held on Tuesday, November 7, 2023, making other provisions related to the subject?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved in second. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this is a requirement for us to proceed with the upcoming election. The order will be explained by General Counsel's office, who I will turn the floor over to. The General Counsel, not the office.
Thank you, Chester. Madam Chair, trustees, we bring for your approval today an order calling for the trustee elections. They're to be held on November the 7th, Just by way of reminder, the districts that are subject to the election are District 4, 5, and 9. I want to reintroduce you to Mr. Ben Morse. Ben has been our election counsel for a number of years. He is with a new firm out of Austin. They also have a Houston office and an Arlington office. The firm is Leon Akala, and presently Ben is working out of their Austin office. Ben, if you can share with us the details of the resolution, and please respond to any questions the trustees might have. Mr. Ben Morse.
Thanks, Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Again, Ben Morse, partner with Leon Alcala. It's a pleasure to be with you all again today and help you out with your trustee elections, which I've done for, I think, the last 6 years now. So you're getting, I think, pretty familiar with this process. As your general counsel just mentioned, essentially this is a required action to officially call your trustee elections for November 7th. Those districts are 4, 5, and 9. Essentially, this order, it's pretty brief, but essentially officially calls the election and authorizes all the actions you'd need to take to hold the election. Probably the two to point out there would be a contract with Harris County for election services to participate in the joint election. And then secondly, to provide all your required notices under the election code and that sort of thing. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but really it's kind of that simple.
Are they, Trustee Wilson?
Excuse me, when it says the cost is about $205 per registered voter, that's not in Harris County or not in the whole district, that's just in those 3 districts?
That's exactly right. So that, and
what number is that about?
Typically there are, I would say, and I'm only estimating here, so I don't want to lock myself into an exact number, but I would say we've had somewhere between, I believe the typical cost for 3 districts has been somewhere around $200,000 to $300,000. So that's in the aggregate for all those districts. But we could try it. We don't have an official list right now, so we can't give you the exact cost. Whenever we get an estimate from the county, we'll obviously forward that on to the board, so you have that for your fiscal impact analysis. And we can also try to pull what the existing voter numbers are for those districts right now. We don't have that at this moment, though.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, voting is open.
Sharon, that's a yes for me.
Received.
Approved.
Did you copy, Sharon? I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you. Dr. Tamez?
Sharon, that was yes for me.
Okay, received. The vote, the motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Is there a motion to approve item E? Approve resolution recognizing Houston Community College Chancellor Dr. Cesar Maldonado.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
That's correction, no.
I will introduce
I
item
apologize, it should be
I
corrected.
read that, I'm like,
It's at your
why?
discretion,
He's
the board
forgetting.
chair, to introduce the item. My apology on the script.
Okay, are there any questions? No questions? I'm like, why would he introduce? Okay, we are ready to vote on item E. Approve resolution recognizing the chancellor.
Sharon, I approve. It's Charlene.
Received. Dr. Tamez?
That's a resounding yes for me.
Received. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Is there a motion to approve item F, approve resolution in memoriam of Rabbi Jack Siegel?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Chancellor, are you going to introduce this item?
Yes, ma'am. I will introduce the item. And this was brought forward by Trustee Glazer, who is sponsoring the resolution and knew the rabbi, so I will defer to Trustee Glazer for comments.
Thank you. I brought this resolution forward. I've known Rabbi Siegel I knew him for quite a while. I don't claim to be one of his closest confidants. I did go to school with his son. I know of the importance of what Rabbi Siegel has brought to the community over the years that he led one of the largest congregations in the city. And I felt it was an honor and a duty to bring this resolution forward to recognize his accomplishments in our community. Thank you.
Questions about the resolution? We will vote.
Sharon, I approve. Ms. Charlene.
Received. Voting has concluded.
Sharon, that's-
Oh, I'm
Sharon,
sorry.
that's yes for Anna Temez.
Received. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
I want to thank the board for supporting that resolution. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Okay. The special meeting is adjourned. We don't have any.
Closed session.
We're going to wait. Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay. The special meeting of the Houston Community College Board of Trustees will now adjourn to a close to our executive session under the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
3:49 p.m.
For those trustees joining closed session by video conference, please be reminded to disconnect from the open session portion of the meeting and join closed session with the WebEx link provided for closed session. No, really, we don't have to. Due to the fact that we do not have a quorum for the committee of the whole, the items on the agenda for committee of the whole today will be moved to the committee of the whole meeting for August 16th. So the meeting is adjourned at.
We need to open the, we need to reconvene.
Oh, I'm so sorry, because I'm just really, oh. Okay. Okay, let me take another. The special meeting of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees now convene at.
Reconvening at
Reconvene, I'm sorry.
at 5:21 PM.
The open portion of,
And then we'll adjourn.
then we'll,
Adjourn the special meeting,
now we will adjourn the special meeting at.
5:21 PM.
Okay, and as I stated, the committee of the whole meeting, agenda items will be on the committee of the whole, August 16th, 2023, because we do not have a quorum. So the committee of the whole meeting is adjourned at. Adjourn?
No, we didn't call it to order.
I didn't, we're good, okay, all right. Oh.
So we're going into a special meeting now?
No, we're completely, we don't have a quorum, so we can't do anything.
Okay, and I'm on the road. Okay, thank you.
Oh my God.
Bye, Trustee Johnson.
Bye. Sorry, I couldn't get there.
We don't work it out.